It is 6:30. A quorum of the board is present. The meeting has been duly called, and that notice of the meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551. Will you please stand for me with the invocation? Okay. Mr. Trickle, will you do it for us?
Father God, we thank you so much for the opportunity to come together and to meet and talk. And I pray that as tonight we get together, that we are in one accord, that we are thinking of those that we're serving in the school and in this community. God, let these conversations be of you, and let all of our decisions to be wise and to be directed by your will. In the name we pray, amen.
Amen. Do the pledges with us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On my Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right. Good effort. Good effort. Good effort. All right. We do have public comment tonight. Mr. Matt Authier. Just a reminder, we have 3 minutes.
Won't take that long.
All good? You got time? Is it 5? 5? Here. You got the You can what you want.
Good? All right. So, Mr. Bowling, I know a couple of you guys, Mr. Bowling, board administration, I appreciate you guys letting me take just a minute. My name is Matt Authier. I live at 300 Magnolia Drive in Waxahachie, Texas. I'm here for simply just to introduce myself. It's about 3 months ago I announced that I was going to run for state representative, House District 10, against the incumbent. And I've got 3 more school boards around the county to get to. I've tried to make a goal to attend every city and school board meeting in the county over the course of the summer to let you guys know who I am. My wife has been a principal now and an employee in Waxahachie ISD for 16 years. We've got 3 boys, 7th grade, 6th grade, and 4th grade that have all gone through that system. I was a school board member there in Waxahachie about 8 years ago. When she decided to be a principal, I got off. So I know what it's like to sit behind that desk, and so I appreciate what you guys do, the hard work. I know you don't do it for the pay, you don't do it for the likes and fun comments on Facebook, but you do it for the right reason. I heard a comment yesterday that in Texas, our most precious resource isn't oil and gas, but it's our young people. And I believe that to my core, and I think that the work that you guys do, certainly the administration and the school board that do here, I view the role of state representative as not top-down telling you guys how to do your job, but you guys telling that position what you need to celebrate the things that are going well, to help you with the pain points that aren't going so well. And so the election will be in February and March. I would love to sit down with each of you guys, anybody else in the room between now and then, so that you can ask questions, get to know who I am. But overall, just want you to know that when elected, you'll have an advocate for public education in that office. I think it's the most important institution that we have in the state of Texas, and you'll have somebody that will fight for you in that office. So again, I appreciate it. If you got any questions, I'll try to stay till after the meeting, but I'd love to sit down and introduce myself one-on-one to each of you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we have the consent agenda.
Yeah, I'll motion to accept.
For a second.
Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? All for? Superintendent's report.
All right, so we'll go over enrollment report. As of right now, we are over 1,200 students in the district. Our latest report was not updated today, so I don't have that as far as the actual numbers, but I believe we're around the 1225, 1230 number for our district as a whole. I'll go ahead and go into our finance report. So we have our finance summary sheet. That bounces up. This is a continuation of last year's budget. This is the last month of the 24-25 school year budget. Again, we ended the year with 1175.88. Our budget was built on 1130, and TEA paid us at 1217.7. We have revenue encumbered and expended right now to date is 96% of that budget, and revenue realized was 93%. So we're running around a little over 13 million, almost 13.5, and our budget encumbered and expended is at 14,391,360 this year. Go ahead and go over to our comparisons. We have our local. We are up in our local 409,502. Our state, we are up 9,380. And then in federal, we're down $67,504. Our loan proceeds, you can see there, the 31,836. And then total revenue, difference from the year prior, is 383,215. Going down at the bottom for expenditures, our total expenditures is up, and remember, part of that is because of the loan amount of $1,015,806. So that loan, some of those purchases we'll be talking about tonight. Child nutrition. So child nutrition's revenues was up 55,149, and our local expenditures is down 112,840 from the year prior. You can see there by the numbers. He did go slightly under, it looks like, for his budget for the year, and so that's good. We were at 687,000 last year. Total expenditures this year 574,383. I'll go ahead and go into our summary for the bond. You can see the dollar amount as far as the balance. We had a post that went out today. Information we're around 77% complete with the bond. And then I'll be talking about some more of the next phases with that. But you can see how much has been paid towards the bond. Other things that are going as far as the 77% to date. Is there any questions? All right. I have for the next person up is Texas Strategic Leadership Information, and Region 10's Robin Mayer is going to come talk to us about that. You have the PowerPoint in the system, but I believe she's going to have it up there. Robin?
Thank you, Maypearl Board of Trustees, Superintendent Bowling, for having me here today. I'm Robin Bayer. I'm here from Region 10, and I just wanted to give you a really quick update on Texas Strategic Leadership. So this is a partnership that Maypearl and Region 10 have, where we really build. The ultimate purpose is to build a strategic plan over the next 3 to 5 years. I gave you a sample of one of the districts that we've done just so you can see kind of a finalized product. And of course, even though this book is really beautiful and nice, the most important things are the work that go into it. And what we first do is form a steering committee. We have leaders, teachers, parents, staff members. We have community members, and we really, sorry. No, you're good. And I can talk while you're doing that. I have it around. But we really, the first thing that we do is collect data. So we look at some of the successes across Maypearl, not just with accountability and STAR, though we do look at that, but also talent, recruiting. We look across all of the levers of the effective district framework, which I also gave you right here. So this is really what our work is rooted in. So we take data on all of these levers, and then we come back to that steering committee, the one that has the parents and community members, and we kind of look at all of the data together and narrow down a plan with goals, initiatives, priorities, and then after that, we take those initiatives and we build out an implementation plan, and Region 10 kind of helps you all build that implementation plan. And it really is a plan that's meant to last 3 to 5 years, so it's not something that's going to overwhelm the community or anything, and it is really a partnership between many people. I remember we have launched our steering committee, and I remember hearing from the people on the committee that they were really happy that it was such a different groups of people in the room. So it wasn't just people from central office, it wasn't just teachers or just administrators, there were community members, parents there as well. And so this is really it at a glance. So we see the current system with the data, we set those goals and priorities, and then we align the systems. And then year 2 is more about implementing that strategic plan. When we collect data, we're really trying to answer these 4 questions with our data. So are all students engaging in a rigorous on-grade level content every day. Our students experiencing a welcoming learning environment, so that culture is really good. Our teachers effectively supported, so are they coached and supported to deliver that strong instruction? And then finally, our talent systems designed to recruit and retain staff. And so this is what we have been up to in July and August. We launched the steering committee. I introduced the steer code to the effective district framework. I have been meeting with some of our people to collect that data with the landscape analysis. And then through August through October, we do that entire landscape analysis. And then I'll come back in October and give you a report on some of that data as well. And I just wanted to end with this. When I asked the steer code to tell me all of the things that they love about Maypearl ISD, and overwhelmingly it was about the family feel, the culture, the pride that you have in your community. And I want to really make sure that throughout this plan that we keep that at the heart of everything that we do. I know that is really important to your community to have that small town feel. As you get larger, you still want to have that amazing culture. That passion that talks about the teachers and how amazing they are and all of the staff and how everyone truly cares about each other. So we want to keep that at the forefront of everything we do. Thought I would end with that. But at this time, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer anything you have.
We've got 2 board members that attended our last meeting, and so we had on the steering committee. So we look forward to all the work that's coming forward. So we've already learned a lot. So thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to go to our next piece. I have So our preliminary financial integrity report, that's the first report. As of right now, we are, once Texas Education Agency finalizes that report, we'll be bringing that full report to the board. But as of right now, we know that the preliminary score shows an A superior achievement again for this year. And so kudos to Josh, good job, and the business department. But we work really hard to make sure that we maintain that rating. Going on to our next item was the teacher incentive allotment. There again, the district has worked this past year and a half on behalf of our teachers so that our outstanding teachers may be eligible for the teacher incentive allotment. And so we have received word that this will be finalized later this fall. And we have several teachers that will be eligible and should receive incentive funds for the next 5 years, according to how that plan works. In order for them to be eligible, they must show growth via their MAP data and then also their T-test evaluation scores and some other items there. So we'll bring more information to you guys, but we're just excited that that process has begun. So that'll help also with, like I said, retention of some of our best teachers. All right, moving into our next report, we have report of the high school end of year MAP data and our preliminary start date. We have a handout that was provided to you by Mr. James.
Good evening, everyone. Here is the long-awaited map data from the end of year that was submitted. It's also got start data attached to it. So the data we're looking at the time of year when we started looking at this was our end of year start data, also our map data and final grades for our students. So we start with Algebra 1. And this is kind of where we were at the beginning of the year, so this kind of gives us our baseline. 38th percentile in Algebra 1. We did run into some hiccups throughout the testing process, but we did endeavor to try and make that a little bit better. Unfortunately, by the end of the year, we had some additional issues that, with that particular teacher, that caused us to not even have really usable data for Algebra 1. We did make some changes in that classroom to ensure that we don't have that type of issue in the future. I'll be happy to explain more about that if you have questions. Algebra 2, this was a class where we had a long-term sub all school year, and students were relegated to online learning. 41st percentile for both grades as far as Algebra 2, and then you can kind of see the breakdown for 10th and 11th grade. And then you can see that there's very nominal growth at the end of the year for that. Here is the geometry data, 44th percentile at the beginning of the year. We did unfortunately run into some snags with geometry, and that was a little bit different thing. We had a coach / teacher that was out, and so the fidelity of the test, which is kind of a common theme that you'll hear, but you'll kind of hear how we made some adjustments on that here in the future. The fidelity of the test just wasn't what it needed to be. Then we have our reading data, which is broken down by 9th, 10th, and 11th grades. Each one of those grades takes their own separate test. And the biology data. So you'll notice a trend with all the data that is pretty much going downward at that end of the year. And so I'll kind of explain a little bit of why that is. One reason is because as we started taking the test at the beginning of the year, there became this overwhelming feeling that we don't need to take this test. And so once that started to permeate throughout the school, there were some unfortunate results that occurred from that. Like I said, we have since made some adjustments, and I'll get to those right after we look at STAR data. For Algebra 1, we had 68% of our first-time administration students pass that test, where the math proficiency was projected to be 50%. English 1, we had 79% of first-time test takers pass that test. Biology, we had 92%. English 2, where we went without a teacher for about 3 to 4 months, we had about 67%. And U.S. History, we had 100% passing. What you will notice is that our retester percentages are way down, and so we've made some adjustments to the way that we remediate our students for this school year to ensure that any student that needs to retake a test has an opportunity to at least be prepared to be successful the next time around. So what we're doing now is we've done some strategizing of our House Bill 1416 courses. We're making sure that it's individualized for all of our students to make sure that they're getting their needs met. Some of them need multiple courses. Some may need to pass Algebra 1 and also English 1. So we need to make sure that they're getting both of those supplemented rather than maybe just one of them or just not as much of one as the other. We also reached out personally to all the families of students who are kind of affected by these results, just to let them know the importance of and the severity of not being successful on these assessments long term with graduation requirements. And so we've also put those students, the highest leverage students, into some courses to remediate their learning. And so we have, like if you have an English class, you may also have an additional reading class that's going to supplement some of the writing that's needed and help you with some of your comprehension skills. And same thing for math. We have an algebraic reasoning class, and then we have the House Bill offerings as well. We are also, with the exception of one SPED teacher, fully staffed this year. So we started off last year with no biology teacher, and we did end up getting one in late October. We ended up with no English 2 teacher and didn't get one until well into the second semester. We were without an Algebra 2 teacher all year, and our Algebra 1 students were online for the entire first semester. Right now, we are fully staffed, and I do not anticipate, barring any unforeseen circumstances, that will change at all. Questions for me?
So we looked at, you're talking about a trend that, I guess, the testing fatigue, I don't know what you want to call it, or participation, what do you want to call it?
We'll call it apathy.
Apathy?
Yes, sir.
So this year going forward, we look at middle of year testing. I know we talked about personalized phone calls for like rapid guessers or just, trying to get through that, but is there a plan when it's not that middle of the year year to intervene.
So you're asking about,
Yeah, we get to middle of year, we see a decline in the same areas, we're fully staffed, it's not rapid guessing.
right.
What does that look like for you?
So the plan will be to adjust, but we have usable data now. We're just about finished with our map testing this week. It's gone very seamlessly. We already have some of our preliminary data back, and it looks much better and looks more representative of what our students should be producing. So now we know how to ensure that we're helping them. My big thing that I always say is that our data should never be a surprise to us. So by the middle of the year, we should understand the trends that our students are going through. And so we should expect whatever it is that's to come. So if there is a decline, then we know the reasons for them prior to actually getting the data. And if it trends in the way that we expect it to, then that's what we expected it to be anyway.
I know we're talking about rapid guessing a lot. It's
Yes, sir.
a theme, I think, around these standardized testing. So what ways are you incentivizing the kids to take it a little bit more seriously this year? And I know you mentioned you had a plan, you're fixing it, the new data looks good. So what are you doing?
Yes, sir. So we did a pseudo shutdown for most of the testing, just to give the students an understanding that you're really not going anywhere. We need this data and it's important for us. And so we were able to communicate that early to our teachers this year. They were able to communicate that to their students. And so when we get into the classroom setting, the students are working more rigorously on what they're supposed to be because they know there's no other option. This is what you're gonna do. We've also attached a grade to it. It's not, the most punitive grade, but it is a grade nonetheless. And so that kind of helps the students to understand, hey, I need this grade. I don't want to take a 0. So we've done that. And then we're also organizing some incentives for students who produce the right results. And that doesn't mean that you are 100% or 90% or whatever. It just means that you're growing and that you're working towards a goal. And so we're looking at some different incentives, obstacle parties and things like that that'll help the students to feel like I can do this and my achievement matters and is important to the school.
Bowling, are there any things the district is doing currently to either, whether it's an information campaign or publicizing the importance to the student, parent about the quality of that assessment?
So what we're working on right now, and have been working on as far as like data disaggregating and trying to make sure that we have all the answers of what that looks like. And then as far as getting other information out, there will be more things that will be coming forward. So like when the map report, they get their beginning of the year map report, that information will be coming out. And then that's a good opportunity at that time to also stress the importance of these tests, why it's important for us, so that we know, because it also will be able to stress what the requirements are for 14-16, and then also any additional tutorials and those kind of things that are necessary.
And if I may add to that, Mr. Bowling and I have already spoken about my intentions to just speak to the community and help them to understand what that data looks like, what the importance of it is when we start talking about accountability ratings, what all factors into an accountability rating, and why the plan that we have for the campus is important to implement and should not be superseded by one individual or a collective group of individuals.
Thanks, Mr. James.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You have another handout.
Okay, I believe you all have a handout in your folders if you haven't already gotten that. So tonight I'm going to talk to you about our accountability and STAR data. The STAR data you have seen from Mr. James's presentation tonight, as well as the other two campuses' previous map presentations. So that data is just a repeat of data that you've already seen. But in this past week, we did have our overall accountability for the district, as well as each campus that was pushed out, and so that's going to be new information for you guys. So when we're looking at the district as a whole and our overall accountability summary, so accountability, when we look at STAR and CCMR and All of our overall accountability is broken down into 3 domains. So student achievement, school progress, and closing the gaps. So and then they take all of the data within those 3 domains and give us an overall rating for campuses, which then it gives us our overall district rating. So right now, as a district overall, our scaled score is a 70, which gives us obviously a rating of a C. For student achievement, we have a C rating. For school progress, we have a D rating. Academic growth is also a D, and then relative performance is an F, and then closing the gaps is a D. This is a breakdown, and you have not seen this actual chart before, so it's basically all of the campus data put together. And so this is our overall STAR performance. So when we look at total number of tests for language arts, there were 767 language arts tests given, and then you can follow along to see where or down the column to see where we reached approaches grade level or above, meets grade level above, or master's grade level. We'll move on to the specific campus overall summaries. So for LSK Elementary, they are a C rated campus, which is their scale score overall was a 76. For that domain student achievement, they have domain 1 of student achievement, that's a 75, so they are at a C for that. College, career, and military readiness and graduation rate are only factored in at the high school, so that domain is strictly STAR performance, and that domain 1 is strictly STAR performance for the elementary. And so then we move on to domain 2, which is school progress, where they have a 78 overall. And then as that breaks down into those, they call it 2.A and 2.2B. There's a 78, so a C for academic growth, and relative performance is an F, and then closing the gaps is a C. When you look at them overall, their rating, they actually are this year identified for school improvement, for targeted support and improvement. There are different levels of targeted or school improvement. Targeted supported improvement is the lowest of the levels, which means it's the least punitive, but they still are identified for that. So that gives you kind of their overall where they are. And again, these are their STAR scores that you have seen that and they looked exactly like this in the map presentations, but I wanted to repeat that information for you guys as it's pertinent to the overall accountability ratings. So for middle school, they are also a C campus and with a scaled score of 77. Their student achievement, again, college, career, and military readiness and graduation is a high school. Is counted in the high school domain, not for middle school. So domain 1 is strictly a STAR performance for them. And then we look at school progress, is at a C. Academic growth is also a C. Relative performance is an F, and then closing the gaps is a C. Which puts, with all of those combined, also puts them as a campus that is identified for school improvement at additional targeted support. And again, there's STAR scores that you have seen before.
Ms. Votel, do they have retakes on those levels? Both?
They do not.
They don't, it's just the one time?
Yes, sir. That's right.
Back when we had testing that, or the system was designed in such a way that the students would have to pass the test in order to go to the next grade level, you know, where they retain students, and I believe that was like third, fifth, and eighth. That's when you would have some of those retest situations back then, but they changed that.
It's been 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, it's been
at
out.
least.
And so those retention don't happen anymore that way.
I noticed on the state's website, like it'll have like you look at different districts, total test taken versus population, student population, it's always higher. So I don't know if it was just like they had to leave or I was just curious what comes that out.
And then we have the high school accountability overall summary. have an overall rating of a D with a 63. Star performance is a 64. Again, they do have those CCMR and graduation rates that are factored into their accountability rating. School progress is an F, and then as well as academic growth, relative performance, and closing the gaps. This campus is not identified for school additional targeted support or school improvement, but we did find out today that because they are rated a D, any campuses rated a D are required to do a lot of the same work that the schools that are identified for school improvement are going to do. So and we will bring you those plans in the future as we're, really just finding out information and requirements. But all three campuses will be doing the work together to put plans in place and to do some root cause analysis. So even though they're not identified, they will still be doing the same work that the elementary and middle school are doing. So there's high school scores that Mr. James just went over with you.
Do we know why it wasn't identified? Just a question.
Yes, sir.
Low.
So if you go back here, so if you see the relative performance right there, so what and the closing the gaps, they start looking at those subpops, what they call the super groups, and so that's the economically disadvantaged, the ethnicity, your ethnic background. All of those subpops are 7 subpops that they look at. The elementary and the middle school are actually recognized because in 3 or more categories for the last 3 years, they have had some subpops that were on the radar. We actually did some training today where they identified what those subpops are and where we need to really target. The high school has not had that yet. So this would be their first year of, hey, these kids are on the radar. And so if in two more consecutive years that continues, they would be. Not that that's the only thing that could identify them, but it's a great question because their overall rating is lower. So why would they not also be targeted? That targeted improvement is a federal identification, which comes out of that domain 3. And so that's why. So it gets very tricky, but that's why. But we had a very transparent conversation. We've had a couple of very transparent conversations that we know that we've got work to do on all 3 campuses, identification or not, that we're all pretty much in the same boat and we're all going to be working together to correct this.
One of the things that we've also learned today, it has to do with the economically disadvantaged number. Our district has been, and we've said that this was going to happen at some point, our economically disadvantaged number was going to go down. Well, as it goes down, when you look at the plot graph and how they do the scoring, the lower your economically disadvantaged goes down, the higher you need to score to get a better rate in passing number as far as that federal accountability piece goes. So, to where if you had, like we used to be at somewhere in the 40s to 50 range, it was more of a flat line. We're now in that upper curve of having to get to a higher number to just get to a passing number. So that affects us as well as far as that particular rating there. And then the other ones were those other sub-pops that we can look at.
Well, and what Mr. Goldman's speaking to is all of that economically disadvantaged percentage is specifically in that relative performance right there. So you see where it says 29.0, that's the high school's economically disadvantaged percentage that is reported at our snapshot date. And so when we look at that relative performance sub-pop or subcategory in school progress, that specifically, and each one of our campuses have an F in that. And so that is something we're going to be working really hard to look at. But our economically disadvantaged has decreased significantly in each of those across the district. And so it does put us in it just changes the target, I guess. And so it is something for us to continue to look at when we talk about that as well.
So you're saying if we have more affluent student population at the school higher?
The research behind that.
If we look at those accountability rates for that high school the last 3 years, it has the same trend, right? Same scoring.
Well, we didn't get an accountability rating the last 2 to 3 years. We got 23, 24, 25, all at the same within 3 months of each other. But as far as the data is concerned, as far as the achievement side of it, we had 2 years there that we come down. That first year that we ever gave STAR, the expectation was, and TA made sure that they told her, it's your first year, you can't really compare it to the year prior when STAR was not completely online and all of that. So when we came down to a C, we kind of stayed in that C range and trended down slow.
And I will say another just kind of side note that I think is important for everyone to know is that the principals and I went to a training last week at Region 10 over accountability, and then there was a Region 10 trainer, that same one actually, that came and met with us as a leadership team today. And for the first time pretty much in 10, 15 years, the accountability came out, like the whole, what's the word I'm looking for? Not the accountability manual. I'm sorry, thank you. Manual came out. It's already out for this year. Generally, like in the past years, it hasn't come out until like June or July after we've gotten scores. So this is the first year in 10 plus years that we have it from day one, and we can start working. And we have a few more questions answered than all these question marks and moving targets that we've had in the past.
And that was part of the lawsuits argument as well, is that you're basically giving students a test and then you're giving playbook afterwards, about how this is all going to count. And so now the state went back in with some legislation, and they required that happens every year prior to the test.
So we have cut points, we have more data to say this is where we need to be. Where in the past we knew where we knew we were working, but we weren't exactly sure what that moving target or that moving question mark was going to be until sometimes after we tested. So that will be one thing that we can use to our advantage in our planning and in our decision making in regards to making some change.
What's a good kind of goal that we could see maybe next year at this time on growth? If everything's going great, kids are doing what they're supposed to do, all those things happening, how fast can we start seeing that move up from a D to a C?
The trainings that we've actually done actually breaks it down very, very simplistically, like down to, it really, really hones in and magnifies into specific kids. And like we talked today about, if we just had a 10%, and these will be things that we come to you with finalized things. So this is very preliminary discussion based on some of our trainings. And I certainly am not making decisions for the campuses, the leaders, that is their role. But in meeting as a team and training as a team, we were able to, it looks like we can actually hone into, okay, we wanted 10% of the student achievement domain hits us in several different areas, and so if every teacher agrees to move 10% of their kids, grow them forwards, and no one moves backwards, then you can, in theory, go from an F to a B, an F to a C, and it's very doable if we meticulously plan and do the work and stay the course. And that's what these trainings are. It's helping us to really plan, hone in, and get. This is not a 3 year or 5 year sentence for us, I guess. It is very doable to turn things around in a very short period of time, as long as we are all aligned with our goals, and our staff is aligned with our goals, and we're very transparent with them in the work that needs to be done. It is very doable.
And to add to that, the Texas Strategic Leadership, when I went to training this last summer, basically those schools found themselves in this prior to whatever. And so they had done some of the same kind of work that we're talking about, and the folks that presented the different districts, they were B and A districts at this point, because they were using these different strategies that are in place to be able to go in and identify where kids, and then it gives us more tools in the toolbox for us to be able to break it down for the teachers to even look at, okay, here's these kids need to be in this tutorial for this amount of time, test and see how we do, and then maybe create something else that we want forward for the other pieces, but break it down like by the teams and those kind of things. I also included, I'll jump this sheet just so that you have a copy of it. In the past, we didn't necessarily have always a breakdown, but this is a really neat thing that we got today. and just wanted to share. So when you look at where it talks about the 2026 accountability system, there's the elementary and middle school. You can see for domain 1s, domain 2A and 3B, it says the best of is 70% of the score. And then the other 30% is made up of these other things. And so I'll just read those off. One of them has to do with the SQSS star, the academic growth, the academic achievement, and then the EL proficiency. And so in those areas, we're given some tools as far as how to break down and look at these data. Because in the federal side, domain 3, which is closing the gaps, is pretty much your federal. Correct?
It's your federal, and that is also where the identification for school improvement comes in. It's from
So you're
federal.
using some of the same numbers from that first part, but they're calculated a little differently over in that piece to get that 30%. And so you have that star component score, you have the academic growth piece, and then that relative star component also included there. For the high school part of it, you're looking at high schools or K-12 with CCMR, which is who we would be. So those bottom two are not us, but you have domain 1 is broken out by your star component score. Your CCMR is another 40%, and then your graduation rate is 20%. When we look at the graduation rate, they look at that over I believe it was 3 to 5 years. 5 years, and they give you the best of that average. Well, we had a 97 point something %, but that number that we got from that, or the points that we got from that, wasn't necessarily as high as you would kind of think a 97% would bring. So it was kind of interesting to see how they put that into a scale score. So CCMR, we'll talk about that. I'll talk about that a little bit more, but that's very important that all of that data is submitted and put in correctly, and that way, because it not only affects you in that domain, but it affects you pretty heavily over in the domain 3 side of the score as well. And then you can see down at the bottom, domain 2B, you've got relative star component, which is 50%, and then you have relative CCMR, which is another. So your CCMRs kind of hit you in several places there. So you want to make sure that you're doing all of those things and getting those things in as far as those numbers go. And so, did you have some more information?
Yes, sir.
Pass on. I'm sorry.
Unless they had any questions or anything.
Yeah. So, do y'all have any more questions for her? And I'll go over everything. All right.
I do have a question, sorry. So data's the data, right? So it's kind of been kind of flat for the last few years. I know lots of changes, lots of things going on, but I know we've got to make a good jump here, right? Like, nobody's happy with where we're at. Call a spade, right? Do we have kids that are behind? They're going to have to catch up to even get to a place where they can grow to the place that we're happy with?
I mean, full transparency, our data shows that they do. I mean, if they were on grade level or that meets or above meets master's level, then our scores wouldn't look the way that they do. So, but the reality is that, and we talked a little bit about this today. My favorite part of the I don't love the accountability and STAR. Don't get me wrong, but one component that I do love is growth. Growth has not always been a factor in accountability. It was you passed, you didn't, you met that, past approaches, which, we've talked about that approach is passing on the STAR, but it is, the Maypearl way is not that is approach, that is passing, meets and masters, but growth, every kid can grow. And so while we do, have an uphill to climb, every kid can grow. And with the expectations set very high, every kid can and will grow. But that starts with expectations from us and then to the teachers and to the kids. So they will adapt to us. And so, it can be overwhelming if you look at this and say, our kids are behind or our scores are this. But when you really hone in specific to your campus, specific to the students and on your campus, every kid can grow. And it's not necessarily where they start, but it's where they end, right? And so you start to look at, okay, are we growing? And, the whole theme of today was no kid goes backwards. And so that has to be a different shift in mindset too for all of us, and that we're going to grow the kids, we're going to grow. And so I think we could get bogged down in this is where we are, or this is where some of our kids are. I don't think all of our kids are there. Obviously, some of our kids are on grade level and above. But I do think if we just focus on I as a teacher, I as a kid can grow. We can help to every kid to grow. That needs to be our focus. And if every kid believes that they can, and we believe that they can, and the teachers believe that they can, we can do this, then the growth will continue to happen, and if we're truly just filling in holes and not, then they have the ability to excel past what we're hoping, right? And so I think that's where we need to really focus is we can and will grow our kids to their full potential. It is going to take work, but they're worth the work, right? So, yes.
And making sure that we're using the right instructional strategies and have our things in place as far as make sure we're using all of our instructional means like we talked about today, and then having those other pieces. But going on along with what we were talking about as far as the accountability system, just wanted you guys to have that. But the district's academic steps, I've got a document for you there. This is something that we've been working on as far as a list of all the different things that we've got in place. Some of this list will actually get enhanced over time because if we go forward with this Texas Strategic Leadership and then also some of the trainings that we have set up for our administrative team to work with our PLCs and our teachers, I think that'll help support that as well. But you can see there's an A through F accountability one-on-one training. We've done that. Instructional materials, district curriculum, scope and sequence training. That was done during our in-service weeks. MAP data training. We've had accountability data dig, which was done today, which was very beneficial. And then starting next week, we start our Wednesday walks. We'll have admin and campus administration. We'll be walking classrooms and looking at some of the strategies and things that we've been talking about. And as far as, and it also talks about the steering committee working with for the strategic leadership piece as far as board representatives, parents, teachers, and administration. Accountability leadership training and planning, that's a 4-meeting piece, but that is an additional data piece where we'll be going in 4 different meetings, and they will basically go over more in-depth pieces to help support us as far as what we need to be doing is when we come back working with teachers. Axiom is a program that we have and we've had it a little while, but having additional training as far as how to utilize that data system more as a dashboard for the future, as far as dashboard that's looking at all the data that we have for that. And then not just totally focusing on STAR, but also looking at our Rural Pathways Excellence Partnership. We are currently working with a couple other school districts locally in the Region 10 and looking at some opportunities that could be very beneficial for our kids as far as adding additional programs that have to do with your CTE side of things and career readiness. Perkins, the CTE and Pathways piece, we have a meeting set up this month, or next month actually. It feels like it's already September, but we are meeting to go back over all of our pathways and making sure that our high school pathways have completers. And then as far as weekly cabinet meetings, going over items so that we can continually monitor what's going on in our classrooms, but also what things do we need to be helping our teachers with as far as supports and information they need during their PLCs. We have monthly leadership meetings, obviously, with our principals and all directors. And then again, we've got the strategic leadership learning labs. That's where we're going to actually go out and to some trainings that is 2 days development, and that has to do with talent recruitment. It has to do with high quality instructional materials, and then it also has to do with the college, career, and military readiness that we've been talking so much about in CCM. Some new supports that we have in place. We have a secondary instructional coach. We're already seeing some great benefits to that as far as the supports of what's going on in the classroom, and I think that we'll just see more and more of that with the instructional coach piece. Hiring a secondary curriculum instruction director will start this fall. That will help us in supporting the secondary piece And there's a lot of work in the curriculum instruction world, so that'll help our current curriculum director be able to focus on the first half of the district, so to speak. And then our dedicated librarian overseeing the campuses. We have someone who's working with our individual librarian aides, but then also bringing in some different programs. She's currently got because of new state law, has books that are posted as far as a list goes, and they have to be posted for 30 days, and then she'll be bringing you some information at the next board meeting. We have a dedicated ESL teacher, and we feel like that's going to help us, and we have seen some things already from our ESL teacher as far as being able to address some of the issues that have to do with our Domain 3 ELA or English language learners, excuse me. And then we have our Texas School of Leadership. I've talked about that, a lot of strategic planning process, and that'll be an ongoing piece for the next 3 years. We have increased support staff as far as the budget side of it. We do have some special ed positions that are becoming difficult to fill, especially in our early childhood side, but we do have those positions available. And then the further review of instructional materials and things like that. And then that's all from the district as an overarching, but then you can look at, we have it kind of broken down by the campuses and the things that they will be doing, working through some of these pieces. And we're, as far as all the things that I've already mentioned, and some of it's a little bit more tailored to the fact that middle school and elementary do things as far as the tutorial side very similar, but the Maypearl High School, they have more of a set class that they can put some of those students in to help recoup them as far as that goes. And then lastly, the state accountability as far as CCMR, we found out, or I found out back prior to our July meeting that there's a new report that I get, and I've gotten it that day, that basically tells us exactly where our CCMR percentages were that day for our 2025 numbers, which would count in our 2026 accountability. It was not where we needed them to, was not what we know it should have been. And so we immediately pulled together a team. They did an awesome job in getting all of that submitted to the state, so it is now in there. And so we expect that number will be around that 91%, not 90 points. But for this next year, this year, we also know that we've identified, because we know that that was not submitted correctly, the way that is rather complicated, and I'm not going to be able to explain that. That is through our PEMS process and some other systems. We do know that we've identified some areas where we feel like there's some more CCMR points to get for this current year. And TEA, because they have just switched over to a new PEMS system for this last school year, they have put together a process so that schools can go back in, resubmit that information we learned today, and then we make an appeal. And so that rating for the high school that we have currently could change if all of those things come to pass as far as the CCMR number increasing. Could very much impact that, because we feel like there's some pieces there that may be missing. We're meeting tomorrow to discuss that further, but it was very timely today that in our meeting the trainer knew of this opportunity for us, because otherwise we thought we were just appealing. There's actually a couple of steps that you need to follow. And so she's emailed us what those steps are, and so we can get started on that tomorrow. Any other questions?
On that manual, on the appeal process for the accountability, y'all look through that manual to see what you're gonna appeal? I'm sorry, do you know what you're gonna appeal specifically?
It's going to be for the CCMR as far as some of our things were not submitted as far as our College Bridge students and what they achieved. And then some other areas where we had some students, I believe, I have to go pull, they're different ones are pulling the different numbers that we have as far as like IBCs and those things. did not get transferred over through the beam system. So we're looking at all of that, getting all those numbers together. We're going back and checking. We'll have to probably reference their, it's on the transcript. They got it kind of there. It just didn't transfer to the state. And so we're working on how we can get all that information together. We basically put it into, I think they said, a working document that they have provided. If we can show that it's there, then we can get the intent to appeal and submit the data and then go from there.
What is the desired outcome of the appeal?
The appeal is that we would increase our rating in that at the high school level because it's 40% just on the top margin, and remember on that others, it impacts all of those other areas. And so if that CCMR number comes up, we very well could increase our rating.
What do you think that could come up to from?
I don't want to predict that it would, but I would think at best we're probably looking at a C. It's not a large number.
Like you said that this year we got it late, we'll be at a 99.1. What would we have been the previous time, I guess?
The estimate that I was provided a while back was that we were somewhere in that 70% range, 75. But what we submitted was somewhere around the 48%. We're going to work towards what all we can prove and submit to the state. All right. Going into the next item, we have the bond update. So the sheet. You have a sheet before you that was provided from Gallagher. It's got the pictures of the building. You can see there our construction contingency for the high school. As of right now, the owner contingency, there's $156,199. And then there's $4,400 in the construction contingency. The middle school contingencies, there's $261,939 and $66,962 in the owner contingency. That brings that total budget that has been expended to date to $26,936,810, which is 77%. So our plan is that they're working towards getting the cafeteria piece completed. They were, about a week or so back, they thought that they may be even able to hand that off to us as early as tomorrow. Realistically, they're looking at sometime in the middle of next week, having everything completed. The kitchen's there, they've been doing deep cleaning, they're just finishing up basically the dishwasher, had a few things that needed to be redone on that. And then as far as the sound and the stage, I went in a couple of days ago, they were putting the steps in with the stage piece. So we're getting real close as far as the completion. And then we also have furniture that was back ordered for quite a while. That it comes in, it's just the tables that goes along with everything else that's already there. And so to give ourselves a little bit of time to make sure we get everything set up correctly, we're looking at start date of September 8th, which is that Monday, the second week in September, is what we're shooting for as far as having students start using that as their new cafeteria. Once that's open and they start utilizing the new cafeteria, the old cafeteria will be closed off. Students will no longer be able to enter the old cafeteria from that side, and so then they'll be actually entering from what used to be the old front door of the high school, and they'll utilize that for about 2 to 3 months, and then once about mid-November, I'm going to probably guess early December, but they say mid-November, we should have possession of that piece. When that's done, then we would switch back to, because if you remember when you go into the old cafeteria, there's kind of a lane, and then you have the cafeteria over the side. That will now be just a hallway. There will be a brick wall or a wall of some sort on that side, and that'll be a main hallway to come and go from the front of the cafeteria, or that old cafeteria. And then we'll have the CTE wing classrooms, which will open up 6 classrooms. We'll have a state-of-the-art culinary classroom. We'll have our floral design classroom and then 4 other additional classrooms for CT. And that's why we're looking at this RPET piece. That gives us the opportunity to possibly house some CTE pieces there and be able to grow our programs that we'd like to have for our students. The high school overall will roughly have around 4 to 5 extra classrooms, I believe it is, maybe more. but the capacity of that building will serve the district for many, many years to come. I think it'll be a long time before we need to add additional classrooms for that space. Once that's done, of course, that's opened up. The next part of it is of the bond, and I won't say next, like we'll wait till then. We need to start working on this now. You start working on towards those other pieces of the 2023 bond, which was the HVAC piece, and then also the flooring, and there was some wall paneling type things that we were looking at doing, or tile for the elementary campus, and then there was concrete. We spent a little over $35 million on what you currently see and what gets completed with the high school. So if you'll remember, in August of 2023, we were able to sell the bonds. We were able to put those into interest-bearing accounts, and so we have a sizable amount of money. I don't want to announce that out loud because the vendors do listen, but we have a sizable amount that we'll be able to accomplish most of the work that we're talking about there the way we originally wanted to do that. So we'll talk about that more, but very excited about the fact that money was able to grow, and that's not money the district's having to pay back as far as the taxpayers. So we're very excited for that piece. All right. Going ahead, one other thing just to mention, I just wanted to thank our technology team. Not that it's recognition for this, but they have done an amazing job. We started our school year off this year, I feel like, in a very good place. I know there's things that happen, but when you think about the move that we moved almost every single classroom, just about every office, and we have added an amazing amount of technology. I'm going to just kind of look at this. We have upgraded our servers, classroom panels that were upgraded and added, additional cameras, access controls, and 3 new intercom systems. And I think you guys, you've done an amazing job. Although I know there's still things to be done.
Yes, of
A
course.
lot of things still to be done. You guys have done an amazing job, and I appreciate all your work.
Thank you, Sanderson.
All right, we have a survey report.
So this is the end of the year staff, parent and community, and student survey report from May of 2025. So I just wanted to go over this slide here. Our guiding concept for this year is impact. So it's improving Maypearl's performance, achievement, culture, and teaching. And our tagline is our impact echoes beyond the classroom. So this is our shared mindset and language to align and elevate leadership, staff, students, and the community. And so each grow that I'm going to go through in the presentation directly goes back to that impact. So for the staff results, we had 92 responses. That's about 48% of our staff, and this is directly aligned with strategic goal 2.2a to increase satisfaction and engagement of all employees. So I'm not going to go through each question individually. You guys do have this uploaded in Board Book, so y'all can go back through and read all of these questions. So I have all of the information there for you. I've identified 3 glows and 3 grows in each survey. So for the staff survey, over 90% of our staff said they feel safe in their classrooms, hallways, and school grounds. 72% agreed that the adults in the school work well together. 63% take pride in the school appearance, and nearly 70% are proud of their work here. That Q6, Q2, and Q7 reflects back to the questions that these came from. So 67% said that they feel like they have a healthy work-life balance, and nearly 59% said they felt supported in managing mental health. So for our grows, only 52% agreed administrators communicated effectively. 50% felt administrators follow through on commitments. This question was related to school administration. So this coming year, I'm going to do a differentiation between campus administration and district administration, just so we have a little clearer picture of that. Student behavior and respect, less than 35% agreed that students are well behaved or respectful to the teachers and peers, and nearly 40% of staff said that they spend too much time disciplining students. And only 38% agree that parents respect their teachers, and 37% of parents feel they feel like only 37 of them only feel like parents are actively involved in their child's education. So for these GROWs, with the school administrator communication and follow through, our action steps are going to be monthly staff communication updates, feedback to action tracker. So something similar to you said we did, and I've already got that built, and we're going through that right now. And then leadership visibility, so weekly walkthroughs and informal check-ins. And then for the student behavior and respect, we're going to do consistent discipline framework, just making sure that we are all following and aligning with our district behavior matrix. Professional development, we're going to have a proactive classroom management scheduled as needed. Student leadership and recognition, so implement Caught Being Kind and monthly awards for students, just making sure that we're praising good behavior and not just addressing bad behavior. And then behavior data monitoring monthly review by campus leadership. And then for GROW number 3, related to the parental involvement and respect, we're going to do structured parent engagement, so 2 to 3 parent nights per campus each school year, parent communication training, partnership recognition, highlighting those parents that contribute and partner with the district. Clear communication channels, just making sure that we're standardizing teacher and parent communication. So moving into the parent and family results, we had 172 responses, 98% of them were parent or guardian, and then 2% were in the other category. This is directly related to strategic goal 3.18, increasing parent satisfaction and engagement. So you can see there where, it's grandparents, employees, community members that responded aside from the parent and guardians. Again, you guys can go back through these questions later on. And here is what we've identified for GLOW. So we have a welcoming office staff. 62% of families rated the office staff as very good or excellent, showing strong customer service and positive first impressions. Teacher accessibility and responsiveness, nearly 80% of parents agreed that they felt comfortable contacting the teachers, and ratings for responsive and willingness to support learning trended positive. Extracurricular opportunities, 66% of families were very or somewhat satisfied with the extracurricular programs, with less than 8% being dissatisfied. The special programs like SPED, GT, and 504, they all earned very high ratings at 64 to 70% excellent among those that use them. I didn't put that in here because there were several that, it doesn't relate to them. For the GROWs, we have district responsiveness to feedback. So there were over half of the families that felt the district does not listen or act on parent communication input. Outside of parents, the cafeteria and gym areas continue to be rated low. And then safety and student voice, about 1/3 rate safety as poor or fair, and only about half believe students feel comfortable reporting concerns. So for the district responsiveness and feedback, our action steps are going to be, again, that you said we did it loop. Just posting survey summaries and actions taken, reaching out to the community, to the staff members, to the students, where do you think we can improve, and making sure that we're getting those action plans back to them. So parent community involvement, opportunities to engage in the community, and then 48-hour response goal, just making sure that staff are acknowledging the emails and calls promptly during business hours. Obviously that 48-hour response doesn't apply on the weekend. Facilities and appearance, some quick ones we can do is some landscaping, signage, painting, cleanliness, and we're making sure that we're planning to refresh our facilities. I know we've got some paint and flooring scheduled for LSK. And then student and parent involvement. So again, back to the quick ones, trying to just maybe get the community involved in doing like a Pride in Campus volunteer day, where we just, a lot of times our athletics and other people will go out into the community, and maybe we could just stay here on campus and show some pride in our campuses. Safety and student voice. So we have the Help Me digital tip line. It's to promote the district's anonymous reporting system. and safety concerns, bullying, or students in need of support. So we're just going to make sure that we're ensuring visibility throughout the campus. It is on the website. Students know about it, that we have QR codes. We'll just make sure we're reminding them. We're going to do student involvement with safety committee. So we'll hold semester student administrator meetings to include student voice and safety planning and climate improvement. We'll provide regular newsletters, short videos, and campus updates explaining drills, safety procedures, and district-wide initiatives. Increased presence during arrival, dismissal, and events throughout proactive staff and administrator supervision. And then making sure that our students are building rapport with the police interactions. Moving on to student results, we had 222 responses. 74% came from the middle school and 25% from the high school, related to strategic goal 3.38, increasing student satisfaction and engagement. So GLOWs, we had 77.6% of students agree or strongly agree that they have a strong relationship with at least one teacher. 68.9% agreed or strongly agreed that they can go to their counselor for help, and 63% felt safe in classrooms and outside on the school grounds. So for GROWs, only 40.5% agreed or strongly agreed that classwork prepares them for life after high school. Students show good behavior scored lowest at only 24% agree or strongly agree. Again, this is the peers relating, surveying their other peers. Student to student respect, 25.5% agree or strongly agree. And then student to adult respect was 27.65% strong agree or strongly agree. So it's just poor. And then school environment and conditions score 27.6% agree or strongly agree. Pride in school appearance was only 38.2%. And then the best teachers was just 29.6%. So
I have a question quick on that. Where they don't feel safe, whether it's on campus or outside. Was there a way to break that down, like whether they were at a game or on the school bus, or is it just one question?
So 63% said that they do feel safe in classrooms and outside on the grounds. So the other 27%, this survey did not tell us whether it was going to be, let me see, I'm going to go back to question 7. It was school grounds and the hallways and bathrooms. So, you can see the ones that disagreed, it was more hallways and bathrooms. That they felt less comfortable than outside the school grounds or the classrooms. So. For the life and career preparation, so we're going to do pathway alignment and curriculum oversight. We're going to coordinate with the Dean of Academics to align courses and pathways with CCMR goals, ensuring that students gain role skills and experiences relevant to post-graduation success. We'll do career-focused events, so we're going to have at least 2 career days or panels per school year connecting students with professionals, alumni, and community members, and then student feedback loop. For the student respect and behavior, again, going back to the positive behavior programs, expanding the positive behavior across all campuses to encourage and reinforce respectful, responsible behavior, making sure we're communicating clear behavior expectations regularly, doing conflict resolution training, whether it's peer-to-peer mediation or peer-to-staff mediation, having staff lead sessions to teach students strategies for resolving conflicts constructively, recognition systems with recognizing highly respectful behavior, kindness, positive contributions, and then staff modeling and adequate management, ensuring that all staff demonstrate proper classroom and interpersonal etiquette, reinforcing expectations through their own behavior and management practices. And then for the third one, for low environment pride and best teachers perception, we're going to schedule the cleanup days and tours of the new facilities to maintain them and familiarize students with and staff and families with the upgraded spaces, making sure that we're
The new classrooms and specialized spaces are engaging and organized and equipped for 21st century learning. Teacher recognition, the best teachers highlighted monthly, student involvement, student-led culture initiatives, and then again, the feedback surveys. So one thing I did forget to mention in the parentheses in italics, that is all stuff that relates back to our impact initiative. So teaching with purpose, personalized instruction, modeling excellence, it's all part of our impact concept. So these surveys that I just went over with you guys are district-wide, so that's all the campuses combined. I did break it down by campuses, and I provided that to the principals and asked them to just evaluate their specific campus with some glows and grows. So this is what Ms. Beckham provided for LSK Elementary. With again, that's broken out from the district-wide. So staff and adults who work in the building typically work well with one another. Staff feel safe on the school grounds, including in hallways and bathrooms. And then the school is a good place to work and learn. And then she identified some grows. Staff spend too much time disciplining students. The school allows for adequate planning and preparation time. Again, she only took information based on LSK because the new schedules that they're building are going to be specific to that campus now. And so the scheduling for the primary campus didn't really affect this survey. So, and then the school schedule allows for adequate time for teachers to collaborate. And again, she's focused on the LSK schedule and making sure that they have some action plans for that. And then staff and students who work in the building typically work well with one another. So she said that was a glow for both campuses, but it's an area of growth for them as they are merging the two campuses. So she has her grows and her action plan broken down here. So as far as spending too much time disciplining students, they're promoting positive behavior, campus-wide enforcement of their impact for students. So they've got a flyer that they're working on that's specific to student-focused impact, and they're going to be distributing that soon. And then every teacher or grade level will send at least one positive office referral a week to the office, and each referral will be documented on a tracking sheet, and students will get their name shouted out on the announcements, a phone call home, and possible treasure trust. So for the scheduling, teams are going to have a weekly PLC time every Thursday. PLCs are documented on their team PLC form and housed in a grade level folder. Admin has access to the folder to track weekly meetings. And on PD days, admin will build team and department collaboration. On some PD days, the district builds in classroom prep work, time for teachers to plan and collaborate with their teams. And then this is all tracked on PD agendas for the campus. And then her last row, with the staff and adults who work in the building, typically working well together. So at LSK, they have a Funshine Committee, and staff contribute funds to the Funshine Committee, and they do different things with those funds, whether it be a meal or snack or treats. And then, so the Funshine lunches, breakfast, and potlucks, admin monthly sponsored treats, and PTO monthly lunches and other offerings, and staff meeting collaboration and team bonding games. Then for the middle school, these were provided by Ms. Bone. So by 2026, the middle school will improve teacher retention by 10% through mentoring, coaching, and staff recognition initiatives as measured by HR retention data and staff climate surveys. By May of 2026, the middle school will improve the overall appearance of the campus, achieving a 20% increase in positive ratings on quarterly student and staff climate surveys, supported by monthly facility walkthroughs, implementation of a beautification plan, and student-led campus pride projects. And then by June of 2026, each teacher will receive at least one coaching and one PLC support session per month as documented in the logs and agendas. And then for the high school, this was provided by Mr. James. So his glows were campus security, welcoming office staff, and special education. And his grows are intentional volunteer opportunities for stakeholders, tutoring, partnerships, and information sessions, teacher willingness to support and general education, more streamlined use of TEKS to ensure students are receiving relevant and impactful education standards, and then feedback tracking system to ensure all parent concerns are addressed. So I know that was a lot of information and we didn't go over each question individually, but if you guys have questions for me, or if you guys want to review all of the survey data and send me questions, then I can make sure I get those answers back to you as well.
Good right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Any questions on the check payments list? I have a few questions. I gotta make it bigger. On our city of Maypearl, the SCs, those our water meters? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the little part of that. The city of Maypearl, it says SD, it's got each thing broke down, like ball field, primary, high school.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just noticed we have like one of our middle school meters was almost $2,000 for the water.
We had,
I don't know if we had a leak or something.
I do know that there for a while there was a leak, but when it says middle school on that, we believe that's over in that corner area, and I know that they've made some changes as far as that piece, but we'll continue to monitor that. But you'll also know that at the beginning not the beginning, but at the end of the high school, where we had that valve leak piece, I'm not exactly sure if that meter is connected somehow, but because our meters and locations are not exact, I'll just say that. But we did have a leak going there for quite a while after changed out the valve, and then we also, you used to see the water coming out the driveway and that kind of thing. We got took 2 or 3 different takes at that, but they were able to get that valve completely blocked and keep that water from going. So,
Do you know when that was?
that was done over the summer, but it should have been completed sometime in July, I believe.
Okay.
Something like that.
This for the month of June, so it just seemed like that.
And then that seemed like that just drug on forever, but they worked on it, changed it, still had issues, and so they were coming back over and over until they finally got that repaired.
And on our dampers for the roof caps, they're just now billing us for that, or the Dallas Mechanical?
Yeah, so there's still some work that they haven't billed us for, but we're holding that up just a little bit because we're asking them to come back and double check some work on that piece.
One more question. Northwest Evaluation Association, is that who we pay our fees to our map software? This is map science growth overage.
Yeah. Did it say map already on there?
That's just what category it was, but I didn't know if that's like our software that we use or pay for or what.
I wouldn't be able to answer that. There's Northwest Evaluation Association.
That's our math, our math, that software, the assessment software.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Any other questions?
Consider budget amendments for 2024-2025 fiscal year budget.
Kind of like a booklet style, so you can make long ways. So what we're looking at here is what we bring you at the end of every fiscal year, budget amendments to start wrapping up 24-25 and cover all the functions in the accounting software to prepare for the audit. And so you can see some of the budget amendments is just moving existing, underages in certain functions to another function that might be over. And so the first budget amendment is moving some funds from function 41, which is the general administration, to function 51, which is maintenance and operations. And so you can see what those.
I'm sorry.
I'm on the first page here, the first budget amendment. And so we're moving some money from employee benefits that didn't get used up, and we're moving that into moving expenses and professional services for maintenance and operations in that function there.
So is this for like unfilled positions? Is that where you're like salary savings, you want to use it for what?
Right, yeah, so some of it is salary savings in function 41, and so the reason we might have been under in there is because we estimate an amount of benefits that all staff is going to elect, but you might not have in function 41 those employees elect to receive benefits, and so you're going to have a savings there.
Benefits like the money we put towards healthcare.
Health insurance and additional benefits, the life insurance, the health insurance and the dental and all the stuff that the district provides that money for. And so if they don't elect those benefits, then that percentage that we've estimated, it gets retained. And so we can move that around to cover some other areas that might be over. And so we have some of the same type in the next budget amendment. We have function 11 had quite a bit of savings, and so when we're looking at moving some of that out to different functions, we got function 12, which is the library and district information function. And then function 13, which is our professional development function. Function 21 is the curriculum and instruction. And then function 31 being the counseling services. Function 33 is the nursing. Function 36 is the athletics and extracurricular function. Function 52 is the security, and then function 53 is technology and data administration. And then that function 93, that was a new thing this year that we didn't originally budget for, but then it was billed to us from a SSA. So it's like kind of a contracted service that we have with another neighboring district for the regional day school for the deaf program. And so that, had to be booked in function 93. And so without having any budgeted funds there, we have to move some money to cover that. And then if you flip to the next page, so all those first two budget amendments are moving money from function to function. This third budget amendment is going to be using the fund balance. And so, throughout the year, we, come to the board and we will recommend certain things to come from fund balance. And so that's what a lot of this comes from. But it's also going to be some of those unexpected expenditures that happen throughout the year as well. You can see that where we're covering is a lot of HVAC repair and maintenance charges, our electric service with different utility, projects of adding the portable and having to get electric ran to the new portable building. You also have some different function 53 technology software licenses and contracted services. And so we're covering a lot. The bulk of it is going to be covering for the new portable building that was brought in. And so you see primary school improvements and portable building at LSK, and those capital improvements. The LSK sound system is also on here, and then we have the football stadium speaker, and that, if you remember, is from the prior year. It was at the very end of the year before, and whenever the audit ended, we hadn't paid for that yet because we didn't have all the work done, and so it ended up being in this current year's budget, and so we're asking for that fund balance to cover that.
Remember, and that dollar amount is from the loan?
Well, yeah, and so a lot of this is going to shake out to be covered from the maintenance tax note that we just adopted and got the funds for on the 21st. And so whenever we get to, I'll give you a kind of a breakdown of function by function, like how much we're padding for the audit. But just let me know, do you want me to keep going through these budget amendments or just kind of look at them on your own?
No, we talked about that as part of the projects that we, I was just curious about, are we taking the money from like 11, is that from unused salaries, that vacancies to move into
Right,
that?
yeah.
Or what?
Yeah, we had unfilled positions that were budgeted for, and so when those don't get filled, we just have a savings in that function, and so we can use that.
Did we do away with any positions because they're unfilled in those numbers? No.
No, so they're budgeted, they were just not filled within the year, or some, vacancies might have came up throughout the year. And
Sometimes we build in an extra placeholder just in case we know we got a grade level that's gonna happen. Sometimes it can be from that amount as well.
So to kind of illustrate it, if you flip over to the page that kind of goes across both pages there, this is my spreadsheet that I have that goes function by function, and all the different expenditures and classifications for those functions. And so you can kind of see towards the bottom my estimated actual and then the budgeted amount. And so this is with all the proposed amendments and budget amendments added. So we have to cover each function for the audit, and so this is what this is doing, is preparing for that audit to take place. And you can see at the bottom how much I'm adding each function, because during September audit, they'll send us a list of those expenditures that they want to look at and detail out and hit us back for on this year's budget. And so you can see function 11, we have that padded, 40,000, just to make sure that anything that they select, will cover us to not be over and cause a finding on the audit. The other big function is 51, which is the maintenance and operations. And so we've built us a nice buffer in there just to get through the audit. But what you can look at too is the two tables that are kind of below, where it says total expenditures and total revenue, and then the effect on fund balance. So there's a couple different ways to kind of estimate how our fund balance is going to shake out after the audit. And so that's one of the ways that I'm looking at it. And then next to it, you can kind of look at the total fund balance minus the fund balance expenditures that are listed up here in the function table. And then you add back in the loan proceeds that we've gotten from the maintenance tax note, and then loan proceeds from a lease. And then you can see what that would look like as the effect on the fund balance. And so roughly 16 to 18,000 down in our fund balance after this year. But again, that's all estimated, and we won't know what the auditors hit us back for until we get through that process. And so it very well could change from that. It could even be an add if they don't select some bigger ticketed items. And then the next two pages are just a list of the major projects that we've been working through, really from the kind of beginning of this calendar year, January on, and you can see most of it is marked paid. There's a few of them that where it says quote received, that those items added up are what is potentially, going to affect this next school year's budget. And so where you see the elevators, retrofits, those are big ticket items that are going to hit next year's budget once we get those moving. And then we have a couple other, smaller ticket items that those are going to basically affect next year's fund balance. So just kind of looking ahead with those.
On the elevator piece that you talked about, I meant to mention earlier. So when we discussed that with the vendor, they came out, they took more information down, and they're trying to get all of that piece. We pay 30%, I believe it is, up front to get the parts and things ordered and all the equipment, and then they come in and do the retrofits for the two elevators that we have. That will shut those pieces down for a 3-week period. So we'll be working with the school administration as far as how we're going to go about that process. If that's going to be like over Christmas break, over whatever vacation periods and that kind of thing. But it could potentially, so they may have to move some into a situation where that's used often, come up with an alternative way for whoever needs that piece. But we're going to try to move that along as quickly as possible. But they'll essentially do like, the insides of them, I believe, does have some parts to that are new, but essentially like brand new elevators for both of the buildings. So they'll give them a lot longer lifespans.
So did y'all have any questions on the fund balance? The budget amendments that are listed here?
So these are all standard things, correct?
Correct.
Mr. President. Jared, can we go in and out? And then go. You need a motion for this?
Yes.
So I recommend that you approve the budget amendments for the 24-25 school year as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? No opposed? Passed.
Last item that we have here in discussion action is we consider Maypearl ISD special education remote work model. That's been attached into the book, but this was a model that we used last year. They wanted to see how that all would shake out. It worked out well for them, and so you can see the rationale and the pieces there. But I recommend that we adopt for one more year the remote work model for our special education department.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? No opposed? We're gonna go to closed session. It is 8:08.
know where the wrong man is. He's like, "Let's go we're gonna go wet. We're gonna go wet t-shirt.
Alright. It is 8:30. We are coming out of closed session temporarily. Alright, we've got two motions that need to be made. We'll read them. I recommend hiring Garland Wolf to serve as Director of School Safety and Security and MISD Police Chief pending T-Cole L1 approval.
Second.
Okay. I'll
Do the first, I thought that's
That
what
works
you were
for me.
making the
Any
motion for the
discussion?
first.
That works for me. Any discussion? No? All in favor? Any opposed? Good deal. All right. I'll do the second one too. I recommend the hiring of Kirk Benton as Director of Operations.
Make a motion to approve the contract.
Okay.
A second.
All right. Any discussion? Other than his choice of friends? Okay. All right. All in favor? Any opposed? All right. Good deal.
Yeah, I want to take a good picture for you.
Sure.
Yeah.
It is 8:33. We're going back into closed. All right, it is 10:33. We are out of closed session. I've got a paper somewhere around here that tells me what I'm supposed to say. There we go. All right. I would entertain a motion to adopt the good cause exception resolution as presented in closed session. Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? None opposed. I would also entertain a motion to adopt the basic emergency plan as presented in closed session.
Make a motion?
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? None opposed. Mr. Superintendent, I don't think we got anything else, do we?
That's it. Cash position.
All right. Adam, you wanna?
Make a motion to adjourn.
There we go. All right. All in favor? We're adjourned. Whole lot of things.
Thanks for staying, Joe.
Motion.
So I emailed my needs to get you on.